Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. All right, I'm not going to be too talkative in the morning. This morning, not feeling well, but give me 1 second. Let me get myself situated. Nikki, morning. You need to join the live stream. Go to the far left. You'll see where it says live stream and voice channels. Oh, okay, cool. Just go in there. Okay. All right, but make sure you're overlaying both of them. Give me a sec. I need to situate myself. Just give me a second. All right, look, we have. Okay, look, we got the 20 MA and the 5 MA crossing paths. So the 20 and the 5 are at the same exact spot. Not the same. What the hell? Why did it cut off? What's going on here? What? I have no idea why it's doing this. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why it does that. Okay, anyways, let's back to it, I guess. Man, I feel off today because I'm just not feeling well. Okay, like I was saying, we can use these, the 5 and the 20, or these moving averages, like indicators, right? So usually whenever one crosses below the other or something like that, it means maybe a downtrend. Same thing right here. So usually whenever the 5 crosses below the 20, that could be some pullback in order. What up, Steams? Oh man, they're already starting out with these bullshit ass candles. Okay, excuse me, I'm back. Man, I feel a little bit off today. Twin. What up, Nikki? All right, we're gonna let these early candles play out. So remember, we can use these. So this is our 5 MA, this is our 20 MA. We can use them just like any other indicator. Whenever, you know, they have the running average, and then whenever that other average, so whenever it goes below, that could mean a downtrend. Because a true bear market, or excuse me, a true bull market, right? You have your price, then you'll have your 5, then you'll have your 20, and then you'll have your 200 in this order, right? And that's how you know you're in an uptrend. Now, if that order changes, if we have, okay, and here's your downtrend, right? We're gonna have the price, we're gonna have the 5, the 20, the 200. This is the downtrend. So whenever we have, let's say, the price, the 20, and then the 5, you know, this is probably just a pullback or something, right? A pullback, maybe a correction, whatever it is. Now we have them, the 5 and the 20, so you know where all the liquidity is, right? You know it's all right here. You know it's all right here, wherever these are. No, I'm okay. Yeah, I feel off, man. I feel off. I'll be alright, Jones. But look, all the liquidity's right here. So if we start to see when these split apart, if they do, but when they do, if the 20 goes this way and if the 5 goes this way, and that probably indicates a downtrend, right? I probably won't be as talkative today. Just give me a moment. I need to gather myself. All right, look, the only call scenario we have has to be like this. Right? This is the only real call scenario we have. Something like this. And then it's going to be risky up here because you're going to be dealing with 2 moving averages. You understand? Hold on, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So look, to the upside, it's going to be, I think it's going to be, unless you see really strong candles stacking on top of one another, and you know, a fair distance, and a fair distance, that's not a real number, right? It's all subjective, but it has to be a fair distance away from this area here, because unless you see all that, it's going to be hard buying calls. because you're dealing with both moving averages at the same time. They're right on top of each other. Look, I'm not going to do a lot of talking today. Yeah, so this yellow is the 5 moving average, and this purple is the 20 moving average. And then somewhere down here, we have our 200-day moving average. If we get below this, we're in some, we're not in trouble, but you know, this is bear market territory down here. We gotta let these little ass candles play out. You know, usually in the morning we get some good movement, so we're gonna look to see underneath 42.11 for puts. Yeah, we probably won't be interested in puts until underneath this 30, what is this, like 39-ish. Now it's not, you know, 100% guaranteed, but we know all the liquidity. We know exactly where it is. We know exactly where it is. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility if the price wants to touch this. But because they're literally right on top of each other during the normal trading session, if we do get here, it might be a little interesting. You know, maybe expect some violence around here. I'm not, whenever the price touches this. If you look at my last if you look at yesterday's analysis, the trading plan analysis, you know, I stated that it looks neutral, and it's very neutral. So the setups are difficult to identify. I mean, we did fine yesterday, but the price retraced back into that odd area, and now it's even more odd because now we're up against the 20 and the 5 at the same time. So if you didn't already make your bet to the moving averages, you know, I probably wouldn't FOMO into it now. If you're looking for calls, you got to wait for a significant break of this level, And look, there's a lot of liquidity on both of them. So, you know, whenever they make a lick box, it might be violence inside that lick box. So if you didn't already make your bet to the moving averages, then you gotta wait. All right, JR, good job, brother. Have a good one. Enjoy your day. Now let's see if they break this magenta with some strong candles to the upside. We're gonna see if they just want to do maybe a quick liquidity grab to then fake everybody out, and we'll look for underneath what I say here. Yeah. So you this is probably our best bet for puts. All right, target almost hit. So now let's watch for the liquidity grab, right? The liquidity grab's probably gonna look something like this. Hey Doug, brother, I'm a little slow today, but I'll work on your stuff, I promise. So look, the liquidity grab, we gotta look out for this. Which means there's probably okay, thanks Doug, I appreciate it. I'm not sure why they did that to you, man. They gave me an excuse. It's in my opinion kind of a shitty excuse. It's not really a good excuse. All right, look, target hit. Now you need to figure out your life if you took the trade. If you took the play to the moving averages, you need to figure out your life now. We're above the water on everything. We're a little overbought on the 1 minute. For any puts, it's gotta look like this. Something like that. If you want some safety, use your 5 minute. And here's your safety puts, okay? 42.11. Now look, I don't know if purple's an actual thing, but we're gonna find out, okay? I don't know if purple's an actual thing. We need to give it some time. This is just something I made up. All right, look, the price is at the moving averages, right? So we can expect some violence here. We're currently at both moving averages, the 5 and the 20. These are big psychological levels for the market. The 5 moving average and the 20 moving average. Now the 20 moving average, give me a second. The 20 moving average is the center, is the middle of Bollinger Bands. Okay? So the 20 moving average is the middle, the center of the Bollinger Bands. There's another reason why it's important. So look, you know how you can maybe think about it is if we get some distance away from this moving averages here, if we get some type of distance, whichever direction, to the upside or downside, you know, this is the liquidity grab, and then the distance will give us some idea of the direction for at least a short period of time, right? Until we reach the next level of liquidity. Okay, so let me read the question. Which one carries more volume? I think it depends on what time frame you're looking at. I think in the broader scheme, the 20, right? But the 20 would be like more of a swing trade idea. The 5 is more of our day trade. So I think the 5 is probably more powerful day trading. But now that we have the 5 and the 20 interacting at the same time, it's just going to be interesting here. So just we need to wait for the setups. Also, we don't have to take a trade today. I think we have major economic news coming out tomorrow. So if the market just wanted to chop around and make today a liquidity day, that wouldn't be unreasonable. We want to test to see if this purple can get us to probably around 42.11, and we'll know if it's a thing. Right now we don't know if it's a thing yet, right? It's just something I made up in my head. Yeah. Once they split apart, then we can get an idea of at least a short term, right? Once they split apart, they're right on top of each other. So if you're patient, let's wait for all of this to happen first, so we know that we're not just creating a liquidity box like this, right? We want to know we're not creating a liquidity box and then to get trapped inside of it. And then we'll look for a break and retest, and we're going to hope that we form another magenta. And another purple. And then we're going to look for the build in the magenta and then the break of purple. Or, even better would be, pretty much, right? Because that'll be a break and retest underneath the lick box. So just wait for all this to happen. That's our best bet. All right, we're gonna be able to see if they, now this is gonna, hold on, let me finish cleaning it. Now we're gonna be able to see if they want to grab liquidity off this, if this is a thing. We don't know yet if this purple's a thing, right? So we're gonna be able to see if they want to grab liquidity off the purple, or if they're just forming a secondary liquidity.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, on the 5 minute, it looks like they came back to retest this lick box here. On the 30 minute, we see a, we're gonna see if this wick means anything. We're gonna see if this wick means anything on our 30 minute. It's still got a little bit of room on that 30. Again, we don't have any confirmations, so we don't know that this teal's a thing either. So we're testing to see if the put scenario is going to be on the break of purple, and if the call scenario is going to be on the break of teal. We don't know. We need to wait. We need to get some type of confirmation. This is me just guessing on purple and teal. So we're trying to see if it's going to be build in the magenta and then break purple for puts, and conversely we want to see if it's build in the blue and break the teal for calls. But you know, we need time for that. Look, you see they're building it, right? You see that they're building it, right? So just be patient. Look, if you already took some trades, go ahead and protect your trade. If you're new, give it time. This isn't a get rich quick scheme, okay? Just give it some time. Give it some time. You'll understand in a little bit of time. You need time to understand the way I speak. You need time for me to just to understand the way, what I mean when I say what I'm saying. It's gonna take a little bit of time. This isn't get rich quick. All right, we can expect some violence here now, okay? So if you want to go ahead and take profit, take profit. If you're working with an exit strategy, use your exit strategy, but you should tighten up your stops now, okay? I hope I was able to display that I'm not simply connecting tops and bottoms, right? I'm not just connecting tops and bottoms and saying, look, there goes the trend. I see it before it happens. I already see it. We're doing something very unique here. I'm doing this all live, in real time, and I'm feeling under the weather. But I need to perform for you all, so I want to make sure you're getting your money's worth. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. Let me go ahead and put the blacked out logos on. There we go. Now, if you made money, nothing wrong with calling it a day, because it's not going to get any easier from here. It's only going to get harder. And Cruz, I want you to pay attention to something. Do you see how the break of this purple coincided with the 5 and the 20 splitting apart? You see what I'm saying? Do you see how the indicators would have led you in the wrong direction? Probably around 10:06, 10:07, 10:08. The indicators were saying the exact opposite. On that Red Ranger, best bet is wait for a break, retest, and reject, right? Because we know there's going to be violence there. So if you're waiting for that, wait for it. We don't know until it break, retest, reject. So wait for the BRR on that Red Ranger on the 5 minute, okay? Let me go ahead and screen share with everyone real quick. Let's do a screen share. Look at everybody winning. Everybody winning. Everybody winning. Look at it. Look at it. Yep. Okay. And it's going to take you time. It's going to take you time, but we're going to get there. Don't worry. We're going to build the account little by little. Little by little. I'm not offering get rich quick scheme. I'm trying to teach you a skill you can take even when I'm gone. You're not going to need me eventually. You're probably just going to hang out just to hang out because we're going to be friends. But you couldn't ask for any more perfection than what I provided today. You just couldn't ask for that. No one's doing what I'm doing on the internet. Very confident of it. Very confident. Doesn't exist. I'm the only one doing it. No No one's doing it like this. But if you're in the Discord, you're welcome. I love you all too. I told everyone in the world what was going to happen. Everybody in the world. We already knew. We already knew. And look, I gave the Discord members, look at the break, the retest, and the rejection of what? This Red Ranger. If you don't know what a Red Ranger is, that's because you're not in the Discord. Stupid. Look at the money we're printing. We're having a good day, right? We had a good day. We had a very good day. All right, look, when you start overlaying your 1 minute and all these things, you know there's going to be violence close to the key level. Okay, look, on the 5 minute, you see where the key level is, so expect a little bit of violence here. Also, look, we're in between. We went between this key level and the top of this lick box here, right? You see it? That right there. Look at the money. Look at the money. There's no need to FOMO because we do this every day. You're just now starting to see what I see. There's no reason to FOMO now. If you took profit, you took profit. Be okay with that. We do this every day. This isn't an anomaly. If you start feeling FOMO now, you're gonna beat yourself up. You're the boss of your company. You made an executive decision. You know, you have to be okay with that. Where's Nikki at? Nikki, how you doing? Did Nikki leave? Did Nikki leave? Come on, Nikki. Nikki, if you're Nikki, if you're still out there, damn, I wish you were here to. All right. All right, now all we have to do is let the next setup play out, right? Now we just need to wait for the next setup. No big deal. You don't have to stress. You don't need to stress. Because you wouldn't have been okay with this type of drawdown anyway, right? So on our 5-minute chart, we hit the key level. We hit the key level right here, 39.62. Now this is a lot of movement here. So here, let me do the next setup. Hold on. Hold on. This blue holds a lot of liquidity. This blue holds a lot. I think we're gonna hang on to this purple though, right? I think we like the purple. I'm gonna clean up the chart just a bit. All right, look, one of the members, Jones, he decided to take us all to Sizzler. He's taking us all to Sizzler. Thank you, Jones. Very, very sweet of you. Ignore these greens. Ignore the green. This is just... Oh wait, I messed up. Hold on. Yeah, ignore these greens. This is just something I'm experimenting with. All right, stay safe. Good job, brother. Good job. Even if it's paper, that's just data, right? We need data. All the trades we do is based off of data and risk assessment. Every trade we take is based on data and risk assessment. We're not just going off of vibes. We're not just saying, but the indicator told me, but the indicator said. We don't do that. That's not a thing. All right, let him build it up. Let him build it up in purple again, right? You gotta measure risk to reward from purple to 78, or what is this? 38.96. Or actually to 39.47. I'm sorry, use your 5-minute chart. If you made money, there's no reason to sit here. You already won. You won the day. If you sit here and you're trying to make a quick dime again and again and again, it's not going to work out in your favor. I'm telling you how it works. I haven't lied to you yet. So our goal isn't to sit here and try to do this all day. Our goal is the pina coladas on the beach, yada yada yada, all the hopes and dreams. That's the goal. And I'm telling you right now, if you sit here and you're trying to make even more after we just had our perfect entry, our A1 setup, if you're still trying to sit here and do this, you're going to ruin your account. Your heart is filled with greed. You're going to ruin your account. It doesn't work like this. Right? Sometimes all we need is one trade for the day. Look, we're done in an hour. 1 hour. That's all the work you need to do. There's no doctors, there's no lawyers, there's no one making this type of money. It's going to take you time. It's worth it. People spend 8 years in college to learn how to be a learn how to be a boob implant surgeon, cosmetic surgeon. And we do better. I'm telling you, it's just going to take you time. You don't have to spend 8 years. You don't have to be a vet tech or whatever. But if you know, and here's the thing, you don't have to spend $250,000 and what, at a like 9% interest rate. You don't have to spend that money. But if you're not willing to wait the time, then it's never going to happen for you. This is, every investment takes time to grow. Every investment. Now just be patient. You know, we gotta look for calls. Either it's gonna be above this teal or above this green. We haven't figured that out yet. But look, we're still in this blue. We're still in the blue. We know the blue has some strength in it, right? We know the blue has some strength in it. All right, look at the environment. It's getting volatile now. It's getting volatile, so whatever you're deciding to do, if your stops aren't set appropriate, they're gonna slap you in the face. They're gonna slap you in the face and keep going. Be patient. You're not gonna be late. Let what needs to happen happen. Inside here, there's probably not a lot to do. There's probably not a lot to do inside the lick box, okay? See a little bit of weakness coming in the blue now. Because ideally, we like to see the blue do this, right? Top of blue, bottom of blue. Top of blue, bottom of blue. This is how we know this trend is still intact. So, and I think often we try to focus on getting the perfect entry. Oh, I could have maybe if I go in now, that I don't have to deal with any drawdown. That's not how this works, right? The market works in areas. Areas of what? Liquidity. Once you identify the area, then you know kinda what your stop losses need to be, whichever direction. Because you're looking for a specific point in time, and that's not how any of this works. You have to understand when liquidity is broken, they have to fill the order somewhere. So it's going to go to, they have to fill it at the next level. We're just riding the wave. Let them figure out who's going to win. Once we figure out who's winning, we just ride the wave. And as long as you're not greedy and you're willing to take profit instead of holding until kingdom come, you'll be fine. And don't over leverage, because you're not going to win all of them. Just let it be obvious. From here, you need to let it be obvious. All right, Grim, let me see if I can address your question. Let me see if I can address your question here, Grim. I think you said a lot. All right, so Grim, whenever you see a flexion point, if the flexion's on the top side, we're looking for resistance there. If it's on the downside, we're looking for support there. And so it's not going to be the break of blue here, right? We're looking for the break of this teal, or maybe the break of this green. We still got to figure out the upside. We haven't figured that out yet. It looks like teal might be our best bet. But look, they're doing it again. They're doing it again right in front of our face, right? They're building it. They're building the move. So basically what we want to see is if they're going to keep this trend intact, right? What's the trend? We have a high, lower high, or excuse me, high, higher low, higher low. We want to see if this trend's intact. So if we get above whatever this is right here, 44.87, then the trend's broken. Which looks like that's probably lining up with green. But until then, we should be, we're in the down, so we need to look for our put scenario. Grim, give me a second. I'm gonna have to answer after the session. If any of the members could help, that'll be great. But I need to let me focus really quick. And Grim, it's gonna take a little bit of time. You need to understand like the way I speak and what the setups are. And if you haven't gone through the lessons, it's gonna be extra difficult. Just if you go through those lessons, I know they're 25 to 45 minutes, but it's probably gonna be very helpful. All right, if you took the break of purple, target hit. Now you need to figure out your life. Remember, you can only target to the next level. We identified what the next level is. We're still inside the blue. The entry for puts was the break of purple. So we built in the magenta. We gained some. We did a little dance right here, and then look, we broke the purple right here. And that's why I was trying to caution you against looking for calls, right? We're not in call territory. Call territory, probably somewhere up here. This is put territory now. Hold on, let me focus real quick. Or look, I had a red ranger here on the 5 minute, the break, the retest, and the rejection of the red ranger. This is absolute perfection. If you took purple, protect your trade. Next key level's at what is this? 3793. Or actually we're at current key level 38. Damn, I can't read it. 3875. So protect your trade now. All right, so look, break of purple, right? And I just told everyone, look, they're building it right in front of your face. Again, they're doing it again, right here, right in front of your face. You don't need to think. It's build in magenta, break the purple, perfectly on. I mean, this is absolute perfection. Still inside the blue, right? Still inside the blue. Everything's going exactly to plan. That was pretty. All right, Ghost, right? Very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. So look, you guys need to stop trying to think ahead of me. Everything you're thinking of, I've already thought about it, and I've weighed all the risk and all that. Just follow along with me. Don't try to think ahead. Just get the money for now. You're gonna learn this stuff. Don't worry. Just follow along with me. Just give me some time. Give it some time. Look at the money we're printing. Look at this. Look at the money. You know, I'm telling you, look, they're building it right now. We know where the entry is. It's somewhere on purple. It had to be. All right, now we're at key level 30. What is this? 3687. Protect your trade. We need the blacked out lokes. We need those blacked out lokes. Look how perfect this is. Look how perfect. I'm telling you, I'm the best day trader on the internet. I prove it every day. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. There's only like 5 people watching. That's insane. There's only 5 people watching. The absolute perfection that's happening right now. That is insane. Oh my goodness. Look at the money we just printed. Look at it off purple. Bam. And I literally said what was going to happen. We want to look, now that we confirmed purple here, we want to have the same setup. Build in magenta, break the purple. Build in magenta, break the purple. Give me a second. Let me let me tighten up my stuff. Okay, can't lose from here. We had a very good day. We had a very good day. Look at the money we're printing. Look at the money we're printing. All right, we're coming up to key level on the 5. What is this? We're coming up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's look at this daily chart. On this daily chart, I have this ominous line at 25.24. I have this ominous line at 25.24, so be careful, okay? Now from here, that'll be crazy if it dumped another 10 points from here, so I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but look at our daily chart. Look at this line right here. I only have a couple key levels, right? So Wednesday, April 15th, I told everyone, buy calls at 697.16. Okay? And then I have this next line here. I only have but so many key levels. Look, on this day I told everyone, buy puts to the bottom of the lick box. Perfect. Just saying. Just saying. And there's only like 5 people watching this. That's crazy. Look at the money we just printed. Look at this money. If you're sitting here on YouTube and you're not a believer by now, there's gonna be nothing that's ever gonna convince you. Nothing is ever gonna convince you. This is not for everybody. All right, Influx. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. This is absolute perfection in real time. There's no one doing this. Look at the precision. Look at the precision each one of these plays. Let me take some off the top right here. Let me take a little bit off the top. The money we printed today, people are worried about $45. People are worried about $45. I'm never gonna get it. I'm trying to help people and they think that I'm trying to, like, you know, money grub. And today was free. I did it all for free because Doug had an issue logging in. Oh, Nikki's here. All right, Nikki. Hell yeah. Now you can go enjoy that vacation in Tahoe. Just don't get greedy. All right, this one got my first set right here. I'm probably gonna be done for the day here. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. Give me a second. Doug, I ran it on, I ran it like this just for you, because I knew you had an issue logging in. So this is why I did it live on YouTube. For everyone on YouTube, it's not going to be like this. It's not going to be like this. Only because one of the homies got, well, we don't leave anyone behind, so. All right, now I got to tighten up my stop. Give me a second. Let me work on this trade. Okay. Now I'm chasing it. So, because you know I don't survive the waves too well. Now I'm chasing this. I got stopped out in my first set here on the break of this purple here. I got stopped out here. Now I'm chasing this. Probably a little too close, but I mean I think I'm okay. I think we did okay for the day. I don't need to take any more risk. It's dancing right on my stop, like right now. Okay, this is a good trade. This one took me out right here. This is a good trade. Very good trade. Oh, you're welcome, Doug. Don't worry about it, brother. I like the dab. I like that dab emoji. And look, I wasn't feeling too well today. I was a little behind, a little under the weather, but not under the weather. Like I don't have like a virus or anything. I'm just not feeling well. All right, Grim. Okay, there you go, Grim. Take your time with the paper, okay? Take your time. We do this every day, so you didn't miss anything. But now you know the potential. Now you see the future. I recommend watching those videos a little bit, okay? Just taking a little bit of time. Now, I made those videos when I first started, so they're going to be very stale, to say the least. But, you know, because I try to sound like professional. I tried to sound professional at the time, but I was the wolf in sheep's clothing. I was trying to sound sheepish, but that's just not for me. But yeah, take your time with that, Grim. You did very good today. This is the journey. The journey doesn't start, you know, running like that. You know, you got to work up to it. So you didn't miss anything. Just understand the future, right? The more you sit here and the more you listen to me, the more you listen to, you know, and pay attention into the chat to the people that are winning, and you know, maybe they can give you a little bit of guidance. Ask them for some help. There's going to be any of the OGs are going to help. Jimmy James, Jonesin, feel free, and they'll answer your questions. Sup, Walshy? She's quiet, but sup? She sup. Prince Crazy Money too. Oh, okay. Good job. Good job. So Paul, she Prince Crazy Money. She's just a little quiet. The silent assassin. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I'm gonna come back and leave some more plays. Above this lick box is gonna be for calls, right? Somewhere above this lick box, whatever I have here, 42.25. Other than that, we're not looking for calls. We need to see if we're gonna do another setup, right? We want to see if we're setting it up one more time. Run it back, DJ. So the more they do, you know, once we find the algorithm, the more they do this, the more they do all this in here, and the more they do, look how, here's something I want everyone to pay attention to really quick. You'll know good setups because watch. Because number one, look at it went in our magenta right here, right? Is everyone paying attention? Everyone pay attention real quick. Watch this. In our magenta, look how it went bottom of magenta, top of magenta, bottom of magenta, broke. And then we see the dance. We see all the liquidity building up where? On purple. Right? So we broke our magenta and it went bottom, top, bottom. This is good movement, right? This is liquidity building in magenta. And now we see they're hesitating. Which way do they want to go? We see the hesitation on purple. So once purple broke, this is our best bet. This is our best bet. You see the dance happening right here on purple. You see all, and you know, I'm pretty sure I said it. I said it out loud. They're building it again. The same thing they did here, they did it right here. Same setup. They built in magenta, broke the purple. Build in magenta, broke the purple. Same setup. Now, I get it. I told everyone, I don't know if this purple's a thing. I get lucky sometimes, okay? I get very lucky. This is just luck. Very fortunate. So if it doesn't work one time, don't hate me. But we have a pretty good record here. We got a pretty good record. I'm gonna let this play out a little bit. I don't have any contracts. I got stopped out here and I got stopped out here. So my initial set, my runners, this is some drawdown I'm not willing to deal with. So that's just me personally. If you're looking for calls, it has to be above 42.18. Okay, and then it has to be a break and retest. Oh yeah, all right, Cruz, that's that's you and Cruz. You know what? I know you guys love me so much. You're trying to help support. There's only like 5 people watching this, so it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. Ain't nobody watching me. It's fine. It's not for everybody. It's not for everyone. Absolute perfection. It's not for everyone. Let me circulate some blood. I'll be right back. I'm starting to get tunnel vision. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's review really quick. Let's do a quick review. Let's let this play out, or let this set up again. I'm actually gonna share the screen for everybody. If you're on Discord, you should be able to follow. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Screen share. All right, so the trading plan from the morning, right? It was, you know, grind down off the 20 MA. This is probably the most legitimate. So we wanted to grab liquidity from the 20 MA, push down, and have some resistance underneath 43.95. Right? You see the 43.95? So this is what we wanted to have resistance under. I think maybe 43.45 actually. All right, 43.45. If we trace this over. All right, so let's see when that happened. So if we go to our 1 minute chart, we're gonna see the liquidity grab off the 20. And then 43.40, what'd I say? Hold on, I gotta go back. 43.45. So let's see where 43.45 was. Right here. 43.45, right over here. So you see the resistance, but we identified a little bit earlier on the break of this purple here. So this is our first entry for puts. So the first thing we should be doing is, watch, look for a play off the 20 MA, right? Look for a play off the 20 MA. So we should be, and look, if it went above the 20 MA, we know it needed to not only break the 20, but get, you know, above it, and then retest the 20, and then reject off the 20. So that never happened, right? So the only option we had here was grind down off the 20 MA. So we see the liquidity grab from the 20 MA and then forming resistance underneath, you know, 43.95, 43.45, around this area here, right? So we need to see resistance underneath this. If we go to our 1 minute, we see where the resistance was right here, and we see the push down. So this is how to read the trading plans, okay? You need to use a trading plan, identify what the optimal setups are based on where we are with the price. So if I'm telling you, look for a playoff, whatever, that means we need to look for that thing and wait for the support or resistance at that level. And then we're going to use our 1 minute to identify when that level has been broken. You know, the trading plans are probably, I'm not going to say 100%, but they're, you know, high 99 point something % accurate. Very high 90%. So that's a pretty good ratio. All right, let's let this settle out, okay? We don't want to fight the trend too much. If we get above, what is this? 42.25. We're gonna look for a call entry on a break and retest above this. And the reason why it has to be above that is because we have to watch out for this right here. So there's probably a 50-50 right here, right? I'm gonna make it a little bit wider. Probably a 50-50 right here. So possible put scenarios is gonna be, well, obviously the ones that we've been experiencing all day. If they break before we hit a certain level of liquidity, like let's say they break, let's say they test this key level here, 38.96. Let's say they test this here this is one option. You have to measure risk to reward. On the break of purple 2, probably low a day. Another option is the lick box here for the break. Inside here is going to be hectic. Inside here is going to be hectic whenever this happens. And then your best bet is probably somewhere up here. So look, now let's analyze. We're almost above the water. So you got to be careful that they're not going to grab liquidity from somewhere down here to push up above the water. So at this point, it has to be obvious, or you should be done trading for the day. I think, you know, we did very good today. So you probably need to be done trading for the day. That's just my opinion. But the downtrend, strong. So if you're looking for an entry, look for a week cycle on the 5-minute. And you see what the setups are, right? And I apologize, I'm not feeling too well today. Does everyone understand the setups? Let me know. If you don't know now, you gotta say something. DC, you got it? Jones, you got it? Understood? All right, cool. There we go. Because I'm a little under the weather. And I don't feel like viral sick. I just physically just not well. You guys know I got heart issues, right? So let this play out. Don't force the trade. A lot of movements already happened. You know, if they want to skate around here all day, that would be reasonable. If they just want to use this as a big slap in the face and keep stopping people out to create liquidity for, I think CPI is tomorrow. And tomorrow should be very interesting. Tomorrow should be very interesting. So what we want to prepare for is that this move today is pricing in a negative report for tomorrow. So we may be pricing in tomorrow's report, and if tomorrow is flat, now we understand why, because they're pricing in already a negative report tomorrow. Today's what? Tuesday? Yeah. So Wednesday, I believe, is the report. Very important economic data report. you took purple, protect the trade, okay? All right, look, it's important we understand this isn't the infinite money glitch. Look, we're coming up to key level, protect your trade. This isn't the infinite money glitch. We just had a good couple days. So don't over leverage. Don't think, you know, when Wednesday comes, you're gonna bet the bank. That's not how this works. You gotta take your time. You gotta take your time with this. Rome wasn't built in a day. You're not going to be Warren Buffett in a day. Just follow along. You're going to be fine. I'm telling you, it's the best $45 you're going to spend in your life. I promise you. Some of you, half of your family members never even gave you the opportunity that I'm giving you right now. Because you're with your family. We're all family because we're going to be hanging out a lot. I have a good feeling that we're going to be hanging out a lot. There you go, Ghost. One or two trades, 3 trades the most. That's all we should be doing. That's all we should be doing. We shouldn't be doing any more than that. That's all we need, right? 1-2 hours a day. Make the money and get out. We're not supposed to sit here all day like slaves to the candles. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. That's not the goals and the dreams we had, to sit here all day and do this. Here, let me screen share with everyone. Let me show what's going on. Up $800. Everyone just winning. What a day. This is Patron. I'm just gonna call him Patron. First day with the 800. First day. We'll give him the salute. Bam. Lovely day. I like this lovely day one. I like that one. Yeah, we had a good day. Yeah, everyone's on the way. Just take your time with this stuff. Look at the money. Look at the money. Look at the money that just got printed. Sizzler, hanging out at Sizzler. Look at the money. Look. Look, we built in magenta, broke the purple. You see the hesitation on purple again. Right here. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. Go to livespytrading.com. That's all I got to say. Here, let me see if I could go to that website. Look at the money we just printed.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Nikki, send the screenshot in the wins and losses. Go to the wins and losses on the left. It says trading floor. Take your screenshot, put it in there. I want to share with everybody. Look at the money that's being printed right now. Here's the thing, look. Look how we knew that the weak cycle was coming in. On the break of what? On the break of purple, the weak cycle. We don't need the indicator. We don't need the indicator. The indicator's not going to help you. We need to know ahead of time, not after the fact. Hey, look, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Look at this. Look, you see this line I have here? I'm not saying it's going to hit it today, but you know, I don't know. It's just sitting here. See this line just sitting here? 25.24. Okay. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. Look, the market needed this pullback for sure. We needed this pullback. Today's a good day. Very good day. I got another key level at 29.76. Okay, so we're testing this key level here, 31.27, and I have another one at 29.76. I'm just going to clean up the chart. So look, this one hit, right? This one hit perfect. If you didn't take any trades, don't feel FOMO. We do this every day. You didn't miss anything. We do this every single day. The home runs, they're going to come. The home runs are going to come. Just remember that. The home runs will come. You just got to take the little bit of money when you see it until you grow your confidence or grow your skill. But that takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. Nikki, this isn't an infinite money glitch. So take your time with this stuff. Take your time with this stuff. Because you're going to win today. And then tomorrow you're going to be crying. I'm not saying for sure, but because yesterday I think you were saying you took a setup that wasn't even there. So I know for sure for you it's going to take time. And it's going to take time for you to understand what I'm saying. That's the amount of, that's what the time is. Just to understand what I mean. This blue is absolutely killing it. This blue is absolutely killing it. Nikki, you hesitated a lot to join. Nikki was hesitant. I get it, man. I know you hesitated, but look, you made it, and I'm glad you see that it's working out for you. I'm glad I was able to be of some assistance. And now you see that the information I'm giving is extremely valuable. It's worth more than $45, right? The information I'm giving is extremely valuable. Believe me, I get offers often, very attractive offers, but I know what they're trying to do. I know they're just trying to like force me into like horrible contracts and offering me, a fair sum of money. I think it's a very fair sum of money, but I got a plan for us. I got a vision for us. I'm not willing to sell my soul to the devil because they offer me pretty interesting offers. I'll say that. No, I get it. I know it looks a little gimmicky. I'm assuming it looks gimmicky because, I show the data every single day and people are like, huh? Like, they're still hesitant. I'm like, what more needs to happen for me to prove to you all that you're probably going to be better off trading with me instead of, I don't know what everyone's strategy is, but obviously if you're watching, it's probably not working. And even still, there's only like not even 10 people watching. Not even 10 people. It's fine. I think I just want to help. I just want to help people. That's all. All right, let this settle out. This trend is so strong, you can't even really fight it. You can't even fight it. I'm going to clean up this chart. I'm going to be quiet off to the side. I'll be here. And I'm sorry I don't have the same excitement in my voice today, but I'm just not feeling well. Just not feeling well today. All right, let this settle out. I'll be here. I'm just going to be quiet for a little bit. They might be changing up the algorithm right now. They might be changing it up. I don't think it's I think they might be smoothing out. Look, protect your trade. If you took this purple here, you need to protect this trade now. Look, we're super oversold. They got a little room, but it might be ugly, but we're super oversold. A lot of movements happen. Let's use, I'm going to mark this as low a day for right now. Not feeling too well. Do you see how this magenta built up, and then this magenta built up, and then this magenta built up? We need to build up again, but they changed the algorithm. They changed the algorithm, so I don't like the magenta anymore. They shifted it to something else. From here, puts have to be a break and retest underneath 30.51. And it has to have some strength like this. You see this right here? This is ideal. This type of strength is ideal. What do I mean by that? So let's look at the strength here, like this. We want to see that same type of energy under here. Okay? This same type of energy under here. You have to realize, Ghost, some of these people, they just want your money. And they know that if they teach you, then you don't need them. I'm fully aware, eventually, you're not going to need me anymore. And trust me, it's not the same. It's not the same because I'm giving specific, very specific numbers. Very specific numbers. And no one else has my key levels. No, nobody. No one has these key levels. This is all proprietary to me. To this. We get lucky sometimes, Cruz. We get lucky. It's just luck. Just parlor tricks, folks. Just parlor tricks. We get lucky every day. We're very fortunate. It's all the grace, all the glory goes to God. I'm telling y'all. It's all God's work. Nothing's an accident. They changed the algorithm. God is good, right? They changed the algorithm, so we need to identify it. They changed it though. I'm I'm pretty sure they changed the algorithm. You know, this is me being preemptive, you know, just guessing, but I think they changed the algorithm. Yeah, they changed it. just gonna clean this up just a little bit. I'm here, just gonna be quiet for a little bit. Tell us why you think so we can educate. Why do I think? That's a tough question. It's like asking me, how did I see purple before purple was a thing? Right? Remember, I made up purple in my head. I didn't know that it was a thing. I just made it up. So you're asking me like, what do I see? And I'm trying to tell you, it literally shows up. You're not gonna believe me if I told you, but I'll say it anyway. I'm drawing these lines with the colors and all this for you all to see a visual representation of what I see in my head. Okay? Now a lot of this is just based off of Fibonacci. However, even still, if you're doing trend lines, you have to connect tops and bottoms, right? Go back and rewind the tape. It didn't connect anything with purple. So it's hard to say, why do I see the algorithm changing? It's just, I see it. I don't know how to explain it. It's like trying to explain to a blind person what the sunset looks like. It's hard to explain. It's probably just experience. That's probably what it is. The experience is telling me that it's changing. It just has to be changing. Not that it has to, but no, I'm not saying that. It's experience, right? It's just experience, and it's just different. I can see that it's different. You know, I don't know for a fact, but I'm willing. If I was a betting man, and I day trade every day, so I'm pretty much a betting man. If I was a betting man, it's changing. It's not the same. I can just see it. Again, I don't need any of these lines here to tell me what's gonna happen. None of these lines don't need any indicators. We don't need that. But it's changing. I just know it. You know what? We'll know once this blue breaks firmly. We'll know above 735. If we get above 735, we'll know. Was it 735? Yeah, 735. If, right? That's 4 points away. But at this point here, I'm like damn near 100% sure that it's changed. Damn near 100% sure. You just got to look at the look at the price action. It looks different, right? It's just not the same. These were the same. This was the same, but now it's different. It's not. You know, from, I think this candle 1135 is just less aggressive. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. It just looks less aggressive. This candle right here, 1135, it doesn't have the same aggression. It's less aggressive. I don't know how to explain it. Ah, lunchtime. Oh, okay. Okay, so that makes sense, right? Lunchtime. Maybe they're what is it? Not contracting. What's the damn word? Consolidating, right? Maybe a little consolidation, a little compression for lunchtime. So that would make sense. That would make sense. Thank you, Influx. There you go. With the alley-oop. Influx with the alley-oop. Bulls are here. Bulls are here. Right? That's what he said. Bulls are here. He sees one green candle. He's like, bulls are here. And then he'll see like 5 red candles. Bulls are here. I was like, God damn it, man. What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing? This blue is really, really putting in work though. This blue is really putting in some work. This was, I want to say, the same blue from Friday. If you remember Friday, this is the same blue from Friday. This is the same blue from Friday. Same exact blue. The market needed this pullback. We not desperately, but you know, we kind of needed this. But it's normal, right? This is normal. This is healthy. This is healthy. Constantly going up every single day, 10 weeks in a row, every day or every week green for 10 weeks. That's not healthy. And the longer it goes without a pullback, the harder it's gonna fall, right? It's always the elevator up, or no, excuse me, the stairs up and the elevator down. Look at that elevator. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Here, look, let's do a little experiment. Let's say I were to put the purple, the same purple we've been using. You know, look how many fake outs are here. I'm not saying it's not going to hit, but I would feel a little bit more confident with this. Something like this. Something like this. It just, this is where we are in the day. It just, not that it has to look like this, but this is our best bet if you're looking for any more continuation on puts. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, they changed it. It's not the same algorithm. They changed it for sure. 100%. Now I'm 100% that they did. I know for a fact they did. Literally, I'm saying for a fact. I never say for a fact usually, but you know, I'm very confident that it's changed now. And the call scenario, very far away. Very far away. If you're doing like a counter trend scalp, maybe. Maybe, but if you made money today, why not call it a day and just be happy? Just be happy. We made money sitting here all day trying to scalp $1, knowing damn well we're in compression time. Compression means it's probably going to be choppy. You're stacking the odds again. You're actively working against yourself. If you're trying to do a counter trend call right now, you're working against yourself and you're trying to guess. We don't have any data that says there's a call scenario, right? The call scenario, you know, maybe at 36, if we get up here, we'll start looking at it. But until then, that's far away. we're still in this blue, right? There's nothing to, you know, we're still in blue. Top of blue, bottom of blue. Top of blue, bottom of blue. Top of blue, bottom of blue. There's nothing to do. $58 influx. That's a good day. That's a very good day. I love to hear it. Whenever you're ready, join the Discord. It gets better. It gets much better. $45 for a week. You know, today's been a little bit different because one of the members had an issue. Not his fault. There's just an issue with the account. We got it all figured out now, but so I left it just straight up for him today. So normally, you know, we're not going to show all the plays like this. Oh my Oh my God, Doug, you're a savage. You make me laugh every day, though. You're a savage. Jesus. Chenko, are you seeing why we can't, why the call scenario, like we're still in this selling channel. There's no reason to even look for calls still in the selling channel. It's just, it's not a thing. There's no reason to look for calls. There's no data that tells us to look for calls other than our own personal bias saying it's probably ready right now. That's the only thing that's telling you that you're looking for calls. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. To feel alive. That's funny. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. But look, bottom of blue, top of blue, right? This is what we need to follow. While we're inside blue, there's nothing else to do. Look. Here, look. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but I put this white line here at 25.24. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but I'm just saying. All right, let's expect a bounce at 27.83. Now look, let's see if we can get this same energy inside the blue, right? Here, watch. Let me draw a little bit better. Bottom of blue, top of blue. Bottom of blue, top of blue. This is the energy we want to see, right? Something like that. And we want it to develop over time. Because we need the liquidity to build. We need to get our own personal bias out of it. Our personal bias has nothing to do with the way the stock market works, with the way day trading works. Our own personal bias has no business here. It's not going to do you any good having the expectation of, well, it should do this. Sure, it could do anything, but, let's use data. It should be approved. Doug, you're crazy. Doug's crazy. So we need to get this bias. We need to get, counter trend. If you want to risk it, sure. But look how much money we made today. Why risk? Why? We did the hard work. There's no reason to risk it now. We know we've identified the algorithm. So you're literally fighting a program, and you're saying, well, I'm going to go against it for absolutely no reason. It's a program that is programmed to sell at a certain point in time. I think we know when that point in time is, right? Here, look. Let's take a wild guess when that point in time is. We sold on purple. On the 20 MA. All right, cool. And then what? We rejected what? We rejected the blue, pushed down, rejected the blue, pushed down, rejected the blue, pushed down, rejected the, right? You understand? So you're trying to fight a program. It doesn't make any sense. This is a fool's errand. You'll know when it's done. You will know when it's done. And it's probably, around 35. If it doesn't get up to 35, we're still in it. We're still in it. That's just your bias. I don't think it's my bias. I'm pretty sure I'm looking at the data right in front of me. I don't need to guess too much, right? This is institutional selling. This isn't, your mom telling you to buy SpaceX. This is institutional selling. We don't need to think. It's rejection of blue, rejection of blue, rejection of blue. We don't need to think too much. If you're looking for calls, it has to be, and it has to be a scout call. This has to be a scout, right? It has to be probably something like this. From this point here, you want to see some support probably along here. But otherwise, so number one, we have to break blue. Number two, we need to support, I think 34, if I'm being honest. I think, what did I say before? No, I said 35. 35 if I'm being honest. But maybe you can scalp here. Other than that, there's really nothing to do. Because what you don't want to do is get caught off sides, and then they form what? Another blue. So we really don't need to think too hard. We can see the data. Like, there's no guessing here. You understand what I'm saying, Chenko? Okay, cool. So, and look, I know you're on the journey because that used to be me. The same thing you're saying is, that used to be me. Exactly the same thing. So I know you're on the journey. This is the path. We just have to understand, because here's what's going to happen. There's going to be sometimes, let's say if you buy a call here while still in blue, and then it works out in your favor. You're just reinforcing negative behavior. You didn't actually do anything, right? You're just reinforcing negative behavior because you had a 50-50 shot. You can either buy a call or buy a put. So that's a 50-50 shot. And you're just reinforcing negative behavior. What I'm trying to instill in you is to get rid of all that, those ideas and the greed that's going to infiltrate your mind and tell you, you can make a buck, you can make a buck, you can make a buck. Come on, let's make a buck. Certain things need to happen. You're fighting a computer program that's saying, When I get to this blue, I'm going to sell this many orders. This is what you're fighting against. This is institutional selling. You don't need to think. Look at the precision. We were lucky enough to, to identify it very early on, before it started happening. That's our advantage here. We identified it before it started happening, and we got and the confirmation was absolutely perfect, right? This was our confirmation right here. So unless you're saying, okay, they institutional sellers are no longer doing this, then maybe. But I don't know that for a fact. But we need to stop trying to guess. We need data. Certain things need to happen. Unless that shit happens, why guess? Don't play with your money like that. This is a business now. We're done with the guessing. We're done using indicators. We need to use the data. That's our best bet, I'm telling you. Now, once we get stopped out using data, all that means is they change the algorithm, right? That's all that means. If we get stopped out in LST, that just means we entered chop. That's all that means. It just means we're chopping and they're building liquidity. That's all it means. Look, if you didn't take this retest exactly here, where I said with a very tight stop, you can't enter now. Don't chase it now. It just had to be like this, right? The break and retest underneath. Don't chase it now. If you didn't take it already, then there's nothing, you'll get it. It just takes a little bit of time. Now, eventually, the AI overlord, that program's going to set in where it's like, okay, a certain price has been hit. Now, right, the if-then programming statement will come in. If the price hits this, then we react this way. So we won't know until we see chop, until we get stopped out. But until then, there's no reason to think about it too much. Give me a second.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
See, look what I'm telling you. If you didn't take this retest here, then this is pretty easy. This was a pretty, I'm not gonna say easy. Why was it easy for me to call this? Because we're in blue still. We're just retesting the last level. A break and retest is the only put scenario possible. Protect the trade now. If you hesitated, don't worry. Don't worry. We do this every day. We do it every day. But what we shouldn't do is start trying to bet against the computer program that we clearly see. We clearly see the program. Sell here, sell here, sell here. You know, we can't bet against it. That's not a good idea. Why do you think I was so confident to tell you on the retest and reject of 3051, this is our best scenario for a put? It has to be. There's no other way because we see the program, right? And if you're focused on trying to figure out how I do it or how I knew, I'm telling you, it's data. And a lot of it is luck. A lot of it's luck. But if you're focused on that, you're messing yourself up. You're focusing on the wrong thing. We're here to make money. So when a doctor or a surgeon uses a specific tool, he doesn't need to know how that tool was crafted. He needs to know how to do the work. So you're here to do the work, not to know how the tool is crafted. That's going to come in time, but either way, it's going to be the same information. The same information. There's going to be no difference. So just focus on making money or building that future you're trying to accomplish. If you're focused on trying to figure out how the sausage is made, you're probably messing up, man. Just eat the pizza. Don't worry about how the sausage is made. If you're doing exit strategy 3, you need to start tightening up your stops. If you're doing exit strategy 3, you need to tighten up your stops. Now we're going to start to see after compression, or probably around 13, we're going to start to see retail traders start to cover their positions now. We see the institutional selling. Now we're going to start to see retail. So it's going to get ugly and choppy because they've already stopped everybody out. And I'm just going to warn everybody, if you have someone in your family that doesn't really deal with this type of stuff and they're trying to give you stock advice or what you should do exact opposite. I'm telling you, do the exact opposite. You know, especially when it comes to SpaceX. When my mom is telling me, buy SpaceX, I know exactly what not to do. Especially when they're changing the rules, right? They're changing the rules just for SpaceX. This is questionable activity. You know this economy is rigged. Let me not say rigged, but you know this stock market is. We got to use it to our advantage. That's all I'm saying. We're still in blue. We're still in blue. Here comes retail trying to cover their position. Here comes retail trying to cover their position. We said there was going to be a hesitation at, let's say, 28, basically. Where's 28? Okay, little hesitation at 28, right? Now, I'm not saying that 25, 24 is going to get hit today. I'm not saying it's going to get hit today. I'm not saying I had this line here for gosh knows how long. I'm not going to say it, but if you took the retest of 30.51 like I suggested for puts, you need to protect the trade now, right? Adjust your stops. You survived the 28. You survived the hesitation at 28 that I told everyone in the world would happen right at 28. I think I said 27.67 actually. My bad. Where's 27.67? Okay, right here is where I said it would happen. So I was a little bit. I said 27.67. Where's that at? If I'm just holding myself. Okay, so right here. We knew there was going to be a little hesitation right here. At 27.67. Rewind the tape. I 100% said it. Now, if we get to 25.24, great. If not, we had a good day. I know you all see it. I know you all see it. All right, we're at the target. I got nothing else past this. So past this, I don't know. We hit the target, right? I don't know what's gonna happen past this. And it just so happened that 25-24 was the bottom of blue. Don't know what's gonna happen now. If I'm not the best day trader that exists, I don't know who is. Show me. Show me who is. I'd love to see it. Because I need to join their Discord. Look, pay attention to this daily chart. I told everyone what was gonna happen. Look at the daily chart. I told everybody in the world, well, everyone in the Discord, what was expected. If it gets past that, I don't know now. Now I really don't know. Now I really don't know. But look, bottom of blue, right on the target. Oh, man. Uh-huh. Why you guys so quiet? No one's amazed? No one's amazed by this? Fine. I got some more tricks up my sleeve. It's fine. I've only been saying it all morning. All morning. All morning. Trying to tell y'all, I'm like that. I am like that. 1.6 GPA. 1.6 GPA. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I mean, besides being perfect, I don't know what else I could do. So hopefully you guys took advantage. If not, don't worry. We do this every day. You're in good hands. You're in good hands. Look at the perfection. Look at this. Amazing. Simply amazing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You guys think it was a coincidence on the bottom of blue, exactly on 25-24? Hold on, wait. 25-24, which lined up with the bottom of blue, You know, I got lucky on the guess. I get lucky sometimes. But there we go. So now you understand where your call scenario is a counter trend call, maybe here, right? Now you understand. But because the trend is still down, you got to chase it. We're still inside blue. That's all we know. But I am like that. I'm built like that. Look at this daily chart. Out of all the gosh darn lines here, there's only, I don't have a lot, right? But this one's here. It's here. There's nothing more I could say. There's nothing more I can do. If you're on YouTube and you're still confused on what you should do with your trading career, you're still confused, this ain't for you. This is not for you. This is not for everybody. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. So Ghost, you have to understand, a lot of people can do trend lines. Cool story, bro. No one cares about that. What I'm doing is different. It's very different. There's no one doing this. It doesn't exist. No one's doing what I'm doing. It's on the way, Millie. It's on the way. Just got to give it time. It's on the way. Just give it time. You don't want it to be a get-rich-quick scheme, right? That's not what we want. Believe me, I know it sounds good in theory, but with more money, more problems, right? So you want to build it slowly. Let it come slowly. You guys need to start using you need to start using my charts. Start using all the charts, right? All of them. They all work together. All right, let's see what they want to do on this blue now. Look, if you made money today, you really need to call it a day. There's nothing more to do here. It's not going to get any easier. Look, if we get below 25, 24, the market's in for some pain. You know, they're gonna retrace overnight, but if we get below 25.24 at 12:30 in the afternoon, and we still got CPI tomorrow, the market's in for some pain. We just had a whole month of gains wiped out. A whole month of gains wiped out in a couple hours. So when they say it's the staircase up and the elevator down, now you see what they're talking about. If we get below 25.24 today, with all this time left, the market is in for some very serious pain. Very serious pain. I'm talking about, let me look. You know, we're looking like under 700. Under 700. Maybe if you want to sell a put now, not a bad idea. You know what? This is not financial advice, or excuse me, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. Yeah, we definitely needed a pullback. 100% we needed a pullback. 100%. We needed this pullback. This was very, way overdue. Way overdue. I think after week number 5, it just added more fuel to the rocket that what we saw today. It just added more fuel. After week number 5, the last 5 weeks, it was just adding more exit liquidity. That's all it was. The market never got a chance to absorb any of that stuff. And it was all based on what? Based on fake data, fake information. You have to realize Japan just sold a whole bunch of our bonds right back. They sold our bonds back. So what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to increase the bond rate in order to make it seem attractive for people to buy bonds. So if they're increasing the rates, that's not a good thing, right? If they're increasing rates, that's not a good thing. Look at the housing market. Another thing we got to think about, we have a new Fed chair coming in. And you know he's on tight strings, right? He's on a tight leash. You know what Donny Boy wants to do? Cut rates. So if this guy cuts rates, it's going to be even worse. Believe me, I want the rates to be cut too, but besides me being greedy, I think it's better for the country if they raise rates. It's going to be pain for a lot of people, but in the long run, it's probably going to work out better because we have a lot of making up to do. And this incessant spending, like we just can't stop spending money on, I don't even know what we're spending money on. I don't even know. You couldn't even ask me what we're spending money on. Bottom of blue, top of blue. Let's see what they want to do now. We had a very good day. Very good day. We are so far below the water. So I don't think I've ever seen it like I've actually never seen it like that. I've never seen it like that. If we get below 25, 24, if we keep bouncing in between blue like this, the market's in for a lot of pain. A lot of pain. At minimum, hold on. At minimum, you know, a little under 700. But, you know, 630 would be reasonable. Institutional selling on blue. This market's in for some pain. Here comes retail piling in now. Here comes retail piling in. Get ready for the slap in the face. See all this volatility? This is the time where it's time to take people's stops out. This is the stop hunt coming in. Look at this. Something must have happened. Something big must have happened. Breaking 25, 24, that was kind of a big deal. That's kind of a big deal. Here's what we have to worry about. Here's what we got to worry about in the near future. That they keep cooking the books. Because they changed the way that they calculate inflation. They decided, oh, the old way we did it, no more. So they changed the way they're calculating inflation, right? Which means it's going to look favorable. Instead of being 3.8, which is what it's at now, we'll see what's going to happen. They're changing the way they're calculating the inflation, okay? You have this information. So every metric that the market's already priced in is going to be null and void. Look, we had the nice institutional selling, right? Bottom of blue, top of blue, bottom of blue. If we break through this blue, it's going to get ugly. Let's see if this is the stop hunt coming in. Because all the retail traders, they're like, oh no, we broke 25, 24. Time to sell, it's gonna get bad. They make it hard to get a fill because look how volatile it is. So if they push up, this is just evil stop hunting. But if it keeps going down, then we got a lot of pain ahead. Look for 700, a little bit under 700. You know, all the finance bros and all the podcasters are all gonna talk about what happened today. Today's a big deal. They're all gonna talk about what happened today, right? Which is gonna cause more uncertainty, more panic. If we stay below 25, 24, it's gonna be ugly. All right, breaking news. Iran just downed a U.S. Black Hawk. Now they done messed up. Now they done messed up. Now they done messed up. Look, retail piled in underneath 25.24. Here's the stop hunt. All the exit liquidity piled in underneath 25.24. So now we're going to see if they're going to slap in. They already stopped everybody out. We're going to see if they're going to slap in the face and keep going, or if we had enough pain for today. But we still got plenty of time on the clock. We still got plenty of time on the clock. And they just downed a Blackhawk. Not happy about that. Me personally, I don't like that. If you all didn't know, I'm an old military guy, so I'm an old military guy, so that I don't like that. This volatility is crazy. This is I've never seen below the water like this, ever. Never seen below the water like this. Even when we had that day where we dumped 20 points in 5 minutes, it wasn't like that. Never been that below the water. I wonder if oil just shot up like crazy, back to 120. Might be a good time to look into silver. Might be a really good time to look into silver.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
VIX is at 23.06. Thank you, Stacy. Let's see what we got. Damn, look at this. From 46 down to 20, down to 22. This is significant. Silver's at 58.57. So look, the institutional trading still going on, right? Top of blue, bottom of blue, top of blue, bottom of blue, top of blue, bottom of blue. Nothing's changed. Everyone that piled in the puts here, let's hope they're not exit liquidity, stop hunt liquidity. If we get above 28.61, they just became exit liquidity. All right, Discord, let's steer clear. I think we had enough. I think we had enough shots at luck today. Let's steer clear. Let's take our profits and be happy with that. I know you're not gonna listen to me, some of you, but I think we need to steer clear, right? I think we did good work. Here are the call outs. Every red arrow you see down were the call outs for puts. We had a phenomenal day. Remember, whenever this volatility started popping in, that's when retail decided to join the party. So we're going to see if retail has enough strength to keep pushing it down. If retail sales are enough to push it down, or if the stop hunt counter trend calls are enough to stop them out. So now they got a battle here, right? The market's now settling out the orders. Now there's a battle. You can clearly see the battle, right? You see it happening right in front of your face. Okay, Cruz, thanks for that update. He says that the pilots are safe. That's questionable. That's questionable. Shooting down a helicopter is not the same as shooting down a plane, right? Shooting down a plane, you have an escape plan. Up. Shooting down a helicopter, what's your escape plan? Ooh, the rejection of 25-24. This isn't good. This rejection here is not good. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna mark out lower day. If we're rejecting underneath 25-24, this is gonna be pain. If we break lower day, retest and reject underneath lower day, this isn't good. This is gonna be a lot of pain. Not only has war tensions increased, right? But that means we're going to be spending more money on war. We're already $39 trillion in debt. The richest country in the world, 39 trillion. $1 trillion, this is a made up number, right? This is fake. This is a made up number. It doesn't even matter anymore. They're just printing money. $39 trillion in debt. Go ahead and add some more billions to that. The interest rates are already high. No one's going to want to buy the government bonds to fund the war. No one's going to want to buy it, right? If they're low, they have to make them higher. They have to make the rates higher. And now we got someone that the president is installing, in my opinion, installing this guy that's going to, number one, they already changed the metric, how to calculate for inflation. Yep, energy's going up as well. I was just going to get to that point. So they're cooking the books on inflation. We're already in a crazy amount of debt. Japan just sold back a large portion of bonds. They just sold off a large portion of bonds. So we have to pay them out, right? So we're having to pay these countries out the money when they invested in our bonds. They're coming to collect. This could get ugly for a little bit. Because Iran's, they're just not backing down. They're not backing down. They're not going to be bullied like that, I guess. And hopefully one of these quote unquote leaders, they don't get too far over their skis and start shooting from the hip, so to speak. Because it's going to affect everybody, like the world. All right, we got some good news. Doug got his Discord back up and running. There's the good news. Yeah, we need to stay above 25-24. Like, we need to stay above 25-24. Not that we need to, but it'd be better off, man. Because, if retail traders get stopped out here, that's normal, right? That's not a big deal. If we start trading below with all this time, if we stay below 25-24, there's going to be a lot of pain. Like, you're talking about retirement funds, things like this. People that are getting stopped out of retirement fund type institution, that institutional investment on the opposite side, right? The more safe haven type stuff. Because they're going to do what? Just buy at the lower price. They're just buying at the lower price. So we need to stay above this price here. This is there we go. All right, so if you sold those puts I was talking about, you need to protect that trade. Protect that trade. For real, it was all market manipulation. If you sold the puts that I said somewhere around 12:45, you're welcome. Protect the trade. I didn't say buy the puts. I said sold the puts. If you took that, I'm like, maybe now is a good time to start selling puts. If you did that, you're welcome. Protect the trade. There we go. There we go. Easy money. Easy money. Easy money. go. Now, I don't expect you all to take the same risk, you know, that I'm taking. I'm just now you know for next time, right? Now you know. Now you know for next time. To answer your question, Rhino, I recommended selling puts because you could put a tight stop, and if you're wrong, you knew exactly where it was going to happen, right? Your stop had to be at 22.51. If we get below that, then fine. You stop out very short. It was just risk management. That's all. There's no reason behind it. And the IV, yeah, is good premium, right? Really good premium. Chenko, selling a put and buying a call essentially is the same thing. It's just a slower metric to gain the money. There, look at the money. This is just me. I'm not telling you guys to do that. You know, normally we buy, we don't sell. I'm just letting you know what, I'm just telling you what I did. I'm not saying you have to do it. We day trade different. Look at the money. There it is. Look at the money we just printed. Or I did. There it is. There it is. All right, we needed that. I mean, we had a very good day. We had a very good day. Yeah, Rhino, I just did risk management. That's all. I knew underneath here, it would be so ugly if we started trading underneath here that I don't think anyone's ready for that. I don't think anyone's ready for that. It would wipe out even rich people. Rich people will be wiped out here. It would be too much for like everybody. You know, the people that pull the strings in the background, if we started trading below here right now, it would just cause, I'm not saying it's not at some point, but we had to get some type of relief. We had to. Not that we had to, but this is just how it works. If we get below this, if we keep trading below this, it wouldn't be good. We needed to get above 25.24. That was important. It would be too much pain all in one day, and a lot of stuff would go wrong. There we go. Look at the money. Look at the money. Easy money. Easy money. Ah, okay, yeah. Look at this wick. Look at this wick right here. Good call. Yeah, we didn't want to start closing this candle and start going. It would have been very ugly. We needed a I'm not saying it's not going to go today, you know, highly likely. I mean, it's possible. We're reaching some type of resistance right here. I'm not saying it's not going to go, but we needed some relief, or else it would be too much too fast, and a lot of panic selling would happen, and this would be crash. This is my opinion. If we got underneath 22.51 on a break and retest, panic selling. It was important that when the retail traders came in, exactly when I said, you see the retail traders when they came in, that they just got stopped out, business as usual. Everyone piled in on this, right? Thinking it was a momentum candle. Retail traders piled in right here. Business as usual right here. So this was, I'm not going to say easy, but I did say if you want to sell a put, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. And it ended up being a great idea. Ended up being a great idea. All right, protect the trade. Do what you want to do now. You survive the hard part. This was the hard part right here. If you sold that put, this is the hard part. You survive the hard part. You know where your stop needed to be. Easy money. Or if you bought the call, whatever. If you bought the call or sold the put, whatever. Same, right? All right, I'm back. Again, if this is my opinion, I don't know it to be for a fact, but if we would have got below 2251, still in this blue, no, this would have been like, what do they call it? Black Tuesday. We needed to have this. We needed retail to get stopped out. It just had to happen like that. So if they went sideways from here, completely reasonable. Completely reasonable. Look, 1300, the 1300 candle. Let's see, where is that? 1300 candle, they got busy. Or on the way to 13, right? DK Skater 1 asks, retest at 725-ish? Let's see. Oh, purple still held up. Purple still held up. Let's see. DK, I don't like to try to guess the stock market, right? You know, I don't know. You're asking me to guess where the stock market's gonna go. That's impossible. I can't do that, man. I wish I could. I wish I could guess. But I do get lucky sometimes. This 2857, let's say 2853. This is a order block right here. Where is it? 2853. If we get above this, then it's just gonna be chop. No, this doesn't work. This week cycle could take us like this for weeks, or let me make that a little bit better. This would be reasonable, so maybe 26, maybe 25.84-ish. Sure, I could see that. This could be reasonable. Do I think it's a good price for a long call? You gotta join the Discord, brother. You gotta join the Discord. You'll get all my analysis in the Discord. Look, it's $45 for a week. We made far more. We made a lot more than $45 in a week. So, you know, the data's right there in front of you. If you're worried about spending 45 bucks, you probably shouldn't be playing around the stock market. I've been 100% today and yesterday and the day before that and the day before that, and you can keep going. So you don't have to believe me. It's all recorded. I do it all live every single day, for the most part every day. Just go look at the past live streams. You'll see for yourself. 45 bucks for a week, 150 for the month. If that's too much, then you probably should you probably shouldn't be playing around with options in the stock market. So apparently Apple and Microsoft turned sharp down because of the chip makers' sale off. Broadcom had a weak outlook on AI stocks, saying it was value too high. Strong economy data, rates stay high. Yeah. And Skater, the only reason why we're doing it like this today is because one of the members had a slight issue, right? Okay. It's all good, brother. You don't have to apologize. You don't need to apologize. How long you been watching for today? A couple minutes, or you been in for an hour or two? How long? Talk to me. Let me know. I'm gonna give you some insight. Oh, okay, 15? All right, look. I'm going to share my screen with you. I'm going to show you what goes on inside the Discord so you don't... No surprises here. Watch. Screen share. Here we go. Watch this. So every morning I make a trading plan, okay? Look, this is today. I said, look for a play off the 20 MA. Right? Right here. So if we look at this grind down off the 20 MA, boom. We want to see the price hit the 20, pull back, retrace, head down to at least to this teal line right here, right? All right, let's see what happened in real life. Here's real life. We can see the price hit the 20 MA right here. You see the 20 MA in purple? We see this morning the price hit the 20 MA, went down, gave a little pullback, right to the teal. You know all this is true because you can rewind. Well, you can't rewind it right now, but when I end the stream, go back and watch this whole stream. You don't have to watch the whole stream, but fast forward through. Every one of these red arrows was our entry for puts. Okay? So, and not only that, but if we go through, you know, everyone posts their wins here. If you go through again, we'll go through their trade chat. I post the wins every day, right? Wins. Where is it? Wins. 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 Every day I post it, right? Doesn't matter how, every single day. Every day that we trade, I post it. And then what you could do is verify that everything I'm saying is true. So when you come in here, you click on the wins, and then you'd go into the live stream and say, is this guy telling the truth? Did this really happen? So you could do that. So all the data is right there for you, brother. Take your time. There's no rush. What I will say is, let's go to the trade. Or let's go in here. You can see people just taking the wins. Hold on, where is it? We had someone just join today. Oh, wait. Just join today. Watch. Wins, losses. Join today. Beautiful money. Beautiful money. Join today. Within a couple hours. This is real life. I'm not making this up. This is actually real life. All right, so look, if you're interested, you got to do this. Go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. Go watch a few of my videos. Look, just right now, I told everybody in the world, there's an order block right here on this teal. Protect this trade if you took the trade. I just told everybody in the world, right here on this teal, there's an order block. Protect the trade. If you took this teal right here, protect your trade. You see how the indicators would have messed you up? We don't need indicators. We don't need indicators. Nobody on the internet is doing what I'm doing. It doesn't exist. Not like this. It doesn't exist. Look at the money. I just told everybody in the world, there's an order block right here on this teal. If it breaks this order block, if you didn't make money by now, there's nothing I can do for you. Look at the money. If you sold the puts or bought the call, whatever, when I told you, look at the money. I told everybody what was going to happen right here. Right here at 10 or what is this, 12:45-ish? I told everybody what was going to happen. This is a stop hunt for retail investors that just came in. This is a stop hunt. Look at the money. Look at the money that just got printed on teal. And on the break of this teal right here. I should have changed the colors up, but whatever. All right, protect the trade. We hit target right here at 30.51. And if you don't see it by now, it's not for everybody. This ain't for everybody. Protect the trade, right? 30.51. Look, we have it highlighted with a 2. Oh, this one's not supposed to be highlighted, my bad. I just told everyone there's an order block right here on teal. Look what happened. Look at the money. God damn, it feels good to be a gangster sometimes. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money. My goodness. My goodness. Look at this. Look at this. Look, from teal, 28.50. This is 2.5 points right here. I just gave everybody a 2. Look at the money that's being printed right now. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me adjust my stuff. Okay, I'm back. Okay, now I'm back. Now I'm back. Wow, we've done like a month's worth of work in one day. Okay, this one got me. This is a good trade. This is a good trade. If it goes up from here, whatever. This is a good trade. Very good trade. Okay, we had a good day. We had a good day. This one got me right here. I chased it maybe a little too close, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. We had a very good entry. Very good entry. And another good entry for just buying calls right here. So we sold the put down here, bought a call right here. Look where the hesitation, right on top of my little arrow drawn. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Okay, we're going to let this settle out. There we go. Take the money, right? Take the money. Target was hit. Nothing to do. If it goes, great. But the target was hit. I'm okay with that. We had a very good day. We had a very good day. If you took the break of this teal, you know, hopefully you protected the trade, like I said, and you chased it. Or not, I mean, you're going to do what you want to do, but maybe you're learning. Maybe you're understanding what I'm talking about. Maybe you'll start to pick it up. You know, today was the perfect day. Today was just a perfect day. It's not always going to be like this. But when we get days like today and the market's moving the way it needs to move, yeah, I'm like that. Okay, I need to circulate some blood. Today's, I don't even know what to say. I feel like it's almost too good to be true. I wasn't even feeling well earlier. I feel great now. I feel absolutely stupendous now. We had a good day. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to lifespytrading.com. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss in relation to its content. If you took a loss today, I'm not sure how, but we'll work on it. We will work on it. I promise you, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Let me get, I need to take a quick break. I got a bad heart. So let me work on my heart, or I just need to circulate some blood, really. I just need to circulate a little bit of blood. If you took the break of this teal right here, you know what it is. Let me just circulate. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. Okay, still doing the thing. You know, this is the best case scenario right here. We wanted this because if we would have kept going down, you know, I get it, your puts would have made money, but I think in the grander scheme, if you're not being selfish, for like the average everyday person, or you know, the average retail trader or whatever investor, it would have been very bad. At least now they get a chance to hedge the portfolio, something. But if it would have just kept going crazy like that, we wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want that. We can't be greedy, and we gotta take care of our fellow person. Imagine everyone that was buying at the very top. All right, we'll put these guys to rest a little bit. This played out pretty good. Pretty good. Played a pretty good day. If you all are still sitting here trying to make a buck, you got problems. You got problems. You need to stop. You really do need to stop. Yeah, I think I'm not taking any more trades. I'm not taking any more trades. We had a very good day. Let's go ahead and rehash the day. We identified the rejection of our 20 MA. We identified the perfect entry on the break of this purple. We identified that purple was probably going to be our selling channel or our sell signal. It coincided with the rejection of the blue and the break of purple, right? So we have the top of blue, we went to the bottom of blue, we built up in our magenta, we broke the purple, which is exactly the same time as the rejection of the blue, which gave us our next leg. And that just continued on and on. You know, when we got around here, it got a little bit of sketchy, and we see why. We see why it got sketchy now. We were able to identify the liquidity grab from retail. We were able to identify it right here around 12:45-ish, somewhere around this time. I don't remember exactly when, but we identified the liquidity grab right here. This was very obvious. I'm not going to say very obvious, but it was pretty. I mean, you see what happened. I don't need to say it. You see what happened. Everything worked out pretty great. If you're in the play, you need to adjust your stops, right? You probably need to put you survived this right here. You survived this. Now you need to adjust your stop. Yeah, we need it. And look, I think Jones pointed it out. We had this wick on this 30-minute, right? Jones pointed it out with perfection, and I'm pretty entertained. But Jones used a 30-minute chart. He saw this wick. Look at the hammer. Look at the wick and look at the hammer. Obvious, you know. I'm not gonna say obvious, but I don't know what else to say. It was pretty obvious. I'm trying to make $4. Seriously. Yeah, we had a pretty good day. And look, today was ideal. Today was everything just was hitting. I didn't miss a goddamn shot. I mean, we did pretty well. If you hesitated on some of the plays or yada, 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 today was the perfect day to learn. Today was the most absolute. Now you know what I'm saying ideally we like to see something. Now you know what I'm talking about. When, whenever we see, especially a buildup in our buying channel, and then we break our, break of whatever, it all happened perfectly. Everything happened perfectly, especially right here. This was a very good, this is textbook right here. This was textbook. This one right here, very textbook. This is exactly what we wanted to see. You know what? You know which one's even better? This one right here. I'm lying. This one was a textbook. How it crawled and danced right on the purple right here. This was the textbook one. This is what we like to see. The build, right? It went from bottom, top, bottom, broke, danced on our entry, and then Bob's your uncle. Uncle Bob. This was ideal. If you want to understand pattern recognition, look at this right here. This is what continuation looks like right here. So when I'm saying wait for continuation, this is it. Now, all you need to do is rely on me to find, the algos, right? Rely on me for that. Now you know what you're looking out for. This is it. It doesn't get any better than this. This is exactly what we want. And then we see the same thing right here. And we kind of see the same thing right here. And also, exactly, right? The plays, they're not, if you're in and out in the same in the same candle, Doug, if you're in and out in the same candle, or if you're moving your stop within 1 or 2 minutes, you're probably going to stop. You're only going to get 1 or 2 minutes of contract value, right? That's just math. You're only going to get 1 or 2 minutes of contract value. If you want the 30-minute, the 45-minute play, guess how long you got to hold it for? Now look, I told everybody in the world what was going to happen on the break of this teal right here at 28.53. 100%, I know it for a fact. Go back and listen. I told everyone in the world what was going to happen on this 28.53. So if you're hesitating, don't worry. You didn't miss anything. How can you miss something and we do it every day? Now today was just the perfect storm. Today was a perfect storm. And look, now we see why the plays are 25, 30 minutes, right? Look at this. You see why. This is why they're 25 minutes. Look, because it takes that long to build the liquidity that we need for the move. It takes just that long. And look, in the grand scheme of things, we should have only been in 2 plays right now, right? The rejection of what is this? Of the 20 MA. The rejection of the 20 MA, and whenever I set it over here on the break of the blue. So there's only 2 plays we really needed to do. The rejection of the 20 and the break of blue. 1 put, 1 call. That's it. That's it. So when I'm telling you there's only 2 or 3 plays in a day, now you see what I'm talking about. It has to be like that. Why? Because there's only 6.5 hours in a trading day. 6.5 hours in a trading day. That's why. And if it takes an hour for the play to set up, and it takes 45 minutes to an hour for the play to play out, you only have but so many plays available. All right, we're on the top of the lick box here. Expect some hostility. Expect some violence on the top of the lick box. Yeah, I'm done for the day. I'm done. I'm not taking any more trades. I mean, I'm not giving back a dime. I'm not giving back 1 dime. Now, if you're sitting here and you're still focused on like, but I want to see it, I want to see it, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Just make the money. It's going to be the same play. If you know what I'm doing, or if I know what I'm doing, as long as you're here, we're going to do the same play. And if the 150 or if the 45 is too much, then, you need to, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And if you're so filled with I don't know what it is, but it's okay. I'm sitting here. I'm doing this for 6.5 hours a day. I don't think I'm doing 6 hours today, but because I just don't feel well. But if I'm sitting here doing it for 6.5 hours a day, I think 150 is in a month. I think 150 is okay to ask. I don't feel bad about it either. You know how many people wish they had this information? Wish, praying, man, I wish I knew that information before. There's the information before. But investing 150, that's too much. Investing $45 in a week, that's too much. But you want to be a millionaire. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's you know, you people got to be reasonable. I'm not saying you got to join, but I am saying if you want to make it a thing, invest in yourself at least. Ain't nobody else betting on you. You think the computers are going to give a shit when they take your job? They don't give a damn either. Now look, I got lucky on this teal here. I really didn't know if it was a thing, but seems to be working. It needs to be a break and retest of 3351 if you're looking for any calls. I recommend we just call it. If you made money, just call it, because you're going to be chasing, we don't want to chase anything. Man, like mentally I feel great. Physically I'm not doing so well. I think I'm gonna call it here. I probably need to call it here. If I keep running myself down, I'm not gonna be good to anybody tomorrow, and we need to prepare for tomorrow. So yeah, I need to call it here. I'm just not feeling well today. I apologize to everybody for quitting early, but Dale, thanks, bro. All right, Influx, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And we're gonna do it again tomorrow. Today, look on the breakup. Hold on, now I gotta see what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna hang out for like another couple minutes. I'm gonna borrow this chart really quick. I gotta borrow the chart. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Just not feeling too well. I mean, mentally, emotionally, feeling great. But physically, I just need to take a minute. So look, we're gonna do it again tomorrow. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. And for everyone new, take your time, okay? Today was just a perfect storm. If we don't over leverage, even if it's a little bit of money, take that little bit of money, build the account. Because not every day is like this. The home runs are gonna come, but we need to build that account, okay? And then once you start doing multiple contracts, you'll see even that little move will be a full work day. What your normal 9 to 5 is, even that little tiny move will be a full work day, and you can call it a day. You don't have to sit here for 6 hours, right? 1 or 2 hours, that's it. That's all we need to do. Full work day in 1 or 2 hours, sitting in Gucci flip-flops in a fur, not fur, but like a plush, a robe. I'm telling you, it's very possible. It's gonna happen. It's gonna take you some time and some discipline, right? It's not gonna be overnight. But anything easy is not worth having, because that means anyone could do it, and if anyone could do it, it won't be valuable. So it's gonna take some discipline, okay? All right, Discord. I'm gonna call it from here, or I'll be in the Discord in a second. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. Goodbye.